choice in the opener as they're into the stretch, gathering speed approaching the start. First race from Mohawk Park. They're off and trotting in a good even start. Quick start there for Priceless Ruler from the 7 hole. Leaving out 2 doors down to the right is Delilah Sealster. Splitting the pair of them now, here's Cheeses Murphy. And Cheeses Murphy eyes up the pocket spot. As Priceless Ruler continues his bid for the front end, drop to the pocket went Cheeses Murphy. Just off the speed from back in third, the favorite H.P. Brissell. Delilah Sealster scooted to the rail from in fourth. Shooting through fifth from that pole position perch was Paris. Further back we go to find Stormont Rare. Quarter is 28-2. Then off the speed is Heaven's Door Hanover. Final 3 in the group are Grasshopper, Chica next to last. Trotsky can see them all from back in 10th as they're at 3/8. Heading up to the midway point, Phillion swings away on Priceless Ruler here. A charged up leader up front by just over a length. Back in second, long shot Cheeses Murphy. H.P. Brissell continues in third. Bayard is right there third inside with H.P. Brissell chasing a 59-1 first half tempo, and they're into the final turn. Still there, Priceless Ruler. Cheeses Murphy second, H.P. Brissell opted to sit in from in third. That leaves first over for Pudistinov, fourth outside, now third and gaining. Grabbing that cover outside comes Stormont Rare. Locked up, shuffled now, Delilah Sealster on the turn. Priceless Ruler getting away on the field as Phillion tries to grab some insurance lengths on them on the way to 3/4. Priceless Ruler by 2. Cheeses Murphy in second, Pudistinov hanging around third outside. Locked up is H.P. Brissell from in fourth, 3/4 in 1:28-2, and they're into the stretch. Priceless Ruler is still there. Phillion goes to work on that wheel disc. Second from the pocket spot is Cheeses Murphy. Here's H.P. Brissell now, finding real estate to work with down the center. Scooting up the inside late, Delilah Sealster. Priceless Ruler trying to stay brave. Here comes H.P. Brissell on the outside, and the favorite H.P. Brissell is rushing up late for Bayard off a ground-saving trip to win. Very tight for second. Chica closed from left field. Might have been second best. Right there, though, with Priceless Ruler in that photo for place. The mile 1:58-3. Three, 7, 8, 10. It's 3 H.P. Brissell, 4-year-old daughter VL Titan out of light second choice. Gates into the stretch for the second race here at Mohawk Park. It's post time. Good looking start. And they're off. Sharp speed on the far outside from Duno Lindy. A little bit anxious getting out of their Golden Dynamite, rolled off stride on Phillion. Sharp speed from the inside for Profound Paragon, and splitting those two early, Emily Slide. Then from the inside fourth is Malcolm G. Further back we go with the inside to be fifth to find Hetty's Magic. There's Fleetwood down to the pylon sixth. Seventh and off the speed is Hoya Saxa, and resetting early is Golden Dynamite, trailing the field with an opening quarter in the books in just 30 flat. Tepid first quarter speed thrown down by Profound Paragon. It's Profound Paragon in control. Back in second, Duno Lindy, 2 to Malcolm G. Emily Slide is fourth inside, then racing up in fifth is Hetty's Magic. Sixth and off the speed to Fleetwood. Seventh, Hoya Saxa, and catching the field, that's Golden Dynamite as they come to the midway point. Profound Paragon leads the way here for Renault on a lead of just over a length. Head to helmet, Duno Lindy rides on that leader's bumper from in second. The opening half in a minute and a fifth. 30-1 the second panel. They move to the far turn. Profound Paragon leads the way, length and a half better than Duno Lindy. Malcolm G gap 2 lengths third. Hetty's Magic revving up on the rim for Mayotte from in fourth and making nice gains with 3/8 to go. On that cover, Fleetwood from fifth advances. Sixth up on the move comes Golden Dynamite. Seventh through at the inside is Emily Slide. And overland from an eighth as they go to 3/4, Hoya Saxa. 4 in and 4 out to 3/4, chasing Profound Paragon. Hangs up that third quarter. quarter in 1:30, 29 and 4 speed in that third quarter into the stretch. Profound, Paragon, Hetty's Magic, Fleetwood down the center. Far outside closing up is Golden Dynamite, and splitting through late as they come into the final eighth of the mile is Malcolm G. But a deep stretch lead here for Profound, Paragon, clear by 3. Through late for second at the inside is Malcolm G. Fleetwood in third. It's Profound, Paragon from pillar to post to win tonight's second race. Malcolm G was second. Third best was Fleetwood. Favored is 5, Speed to Market. Travis Cullen co-owns and trains. Travis co-owns and drives. Rachel co-owns and trains. That one getting late money and being the 8 to 5 choice. They're set for a start. Often pacing, McClure wasting no time. Candid Cameron quickly darts to the front. Candid Cameron on top in the blink of an eye. 2 likes back into second to St. Lad's Cash. Tightens up the gap and in fact pocket pops already. So here comes an aggressively handled St. Lad's Cash who loops that long shot Candid Cameron. On the move out of third, McNair too is going to move as the pedal gets pressed on Our Art and Heaven. State of Play is back into fourth. Pole Sitter, No Time at All, fifth. 2 likes back to Are You Kidding Me, Cabby, sixth. Then it's Speed to Market from back in seventh. Trailing eighth is Trident Sealster. First panel, 28 and 3. We've had 3 different leaders, and they're not even 3/8 in the books. Our Art and Heaven takes them across the back stretch. McNair shows him the whip to keep going. Back in that pocket spot, St. Lad's Cash. Candid Cameron third. State of Play is first over. Driving out of fourth now, picking up the cover. No Time at All, fifth. Scooting up the rail, Trident Sealster. He went from last to 6, but now he hits a blind switch. Are You Kidding Me, Cabby? Working out a third over trip from back in 7th. Speed to Market's going to have to rally from last if he wants to win the choice. Half and 58 flat. They move to the far turn. Our Art and Heaven leads it by a quarter of a length. State of Play is second, first over driving. Pocket Sitter, St. Lad's Cash in third. No Time at All. Right there looming on cover from in fourth. 15 side trapped in. Quarter pole leader Candid Cameron. 6th outside to Are You Kidding Me, Cabby? Then Speed to Market and Trident Sealster fanning out from the backfield at 3/4 in 1:26 and 3. And it's Our Art in Heaven with the target on his back. Launched off cover comes long shot, No Time at All. State of Play in the center. Are You Kidding Me, Cabby on the outside from way back. Kicks on Speed to Market. Are You Kidding Me, Cabby's coming on. Speed to Market with one late push. Are You Kidding Me, Cabby and Speed to Market. Speed to Market on the outside, right on the money, appeared to get there. Speed to Market give that one the edge over Are You Kidding Me, Cabby in 1:54 and 4. She had a record year last year for herself, 77 wins from 373 starts. Good start to the year, third win from 14. Spot in his latest. Chances are we'll see more early speed from him tonight in this situation. 7 wins from 27 starts last year for Wild and Crazy Guy, and he's pumped up behind the gate, ready to rock. Here they come. They're off and trotting. And a good beginning in the center. Durf Hanover launched off the gate. From the extreme outside, Cameron Hanover charging out as well. There's Major Muscle up in between horses. Wild and Crazy Guy left for some position tonight. Inside fifth belongs to Mr. of All. Back into sixth is Fly Beyond. From the second tier beginning, Nothing But Muscle emerged into seventh. Further back at the inside to be along with them from an eighth is White Tiger. Then it's back to Marquis Volo. And the last one away, St. James Gate. First panel trotted. Cameron Hanover cut it, 28-2, but releases Wild and Crazy Guy to the front. So indeed, Filion utilizing Wild and Crazy Guy's early get up and his early go to make the lead, and they'll take the field up to 3/8. Cameron Hanover setting second, Durf Hanover third, Major Muscle situated fourth, fifth inside to Mr. of All. Then it's back to Fly Beyond sixth. Seventh stayed put at the rail, Nothing But Muscle. Getting underway in the backfield, White Tiger and Marquis Volo scooting up the rail. St. James Gate remains the trailer, and he's at the mercy of the pace. And the pace is only 58 seconds to the midway point. Wild and Crazy Guy able to dictate the terms, getting front end respect here tonight in the class drop. It's Wild and Crazy Guy into the final turn. Cameron Hanover rides the pocket spot. Durf Hanover launched off the rail from in third to go first up with 3/8 to go. Gat gives cover to Major Muscle. She's in a pretty good spot there. Second over from in fourth if she can sprint with them. 3/8 remains, and Wild and Crazy Guy leads. Durf Hanover second outside. Cameron Hanover pocket riding. Then it's back to Major Muscle. 3/4 trotted, 126-4. Break in the backfield for the 5 White Tiger. They're into the stretch, and a slap of the wheel disc as Filion calls and Wild and Crazy Guy to hit sprint mode, and that one takes off by 2 lengths now. Back into second, Cameron Hanover. Durf Hanover leveling off. Major Muscle tips off cover, but she's 5 lengths away from Wild and Crazy Guy, who's still there by a length and a half. Here from the pocket spot, Cameron Hanover only to the leader's wheel. It's Wild and Crazy Guy dropping and popping, winning this one by a length in 1:55-2 over Cameron Hanover. Wild and Crazy Guy. This one, a 9-year-old son of Crazed out of the Muscles Yankee mare, My Baby's Mama. Jean Brunet. Post time for tonight's 5th race. Fifth race, picking up speed. Here they come. Often pacing, Julerica with early wheels off the gate from the outside. PL Idaho sent out fast at the inside, splitting horses early. Legal Better through at the rail, fourth away, Barn 1. Taken back in fifth goes Young Drunk Punk. Sixth to that one's outside, Stolen Art will get a seat now. Then it's Lone Wolf Terror, the early trailer, Officer Jones. They're bending their way to the quarter, and they're chasing favored Julerica. Julerica is on top a length and a half. PL Idaho in that pocket trip position. 2 to Legal Better, 2 to Barn 1, quarter 28 flat. Then it's back to Young Drunk Punk fifth. Sixth inside to Stolen Art. Seventh across the backstretch. There's Lone Wolf Terror, and trailing from an eighth is Officer Jones. There's that 3/8 marker. 5/8 remains. Chasing Julerica, who leads the way. Julerica's on top just over a length. PL Idaho in that pocket trip position from in second. Back to third for Legal Better. Barn 1 fourth, popping out of fifth now. Young Drunk Punk gets underway. Moving up on the cover, Stolen Art sixth. Seventh through at the rail is Officer Jones, and Lone Wolf Terror trails at a 57-second first half. Into the final turn now. Julerica is still with that lead, comfortably in front. PL Idaho rides the pocket trip position with 3/8 to go. Young Drunk Punk first over, gaining into third now. Then fourth inside to Legal Better. Stolen Art is being called on for more, but he's gapping his cover there for Filion. Cullen can sneak out if he chooses to. They go to 3/4 chasing Julerica, and he's by that third marker in 1:25-2. Julerica the one to catch. Second on the outside, Young Drunk Punk. PL Idaho in the pocket trip position from in third. Escaping fourth is Legal Better. Far outside, Lone Wolf Terror starts a good closing rally. They're in deep stretch. Julerica's got 3 on the field. PL Idaho can only watch him pace away. Here is Julerica. The favorite delivers with authority. PL Idaho was second, holding third, Young Drunk Punk, then Lone Wolf Terror in 1:52-4. Sixth race from Mohawk Park set to go. Capped off was 8 Section Line Rock. They're off and pacing. Good beginning inside. Darth Bader left out. Casimir Overdrive chased along tonight by Philion to secure that early lead. Coming after him on the outside, Real Wicked. Even wider, Mossy's Art. Then to the outside, Darcy. Stacked up wide is Grits and Gravy. Through at the rail, St. Lad's Captain. Further back we go to find Rose Run Slider. And the back two in the field as they head over to quarter one are Wild Eyed Yankee and that gate gapping Section Line Rock Trails. 27-1 the opening quarter. Mossy's Art found the front. Back into second is Casimir Overdrive. Here's Real Wicked getting underway. Third outside now with a rush. He's into second, and it's all systems go for Real Wicked. The claimed horse powers to the front and takes them up to the half. Back into second, Mossy's Art. Casimir Overdrive third. Darth Bader fourth. 50 inside to Darcy. Then it's St. Lad's Captain. Gearing up in the backfield comes Grits and Gravy, tracked by Rose Run Slider. Further back, Wild Eyed Yankee. And last is Section Line Rock through a 55-2 hot half. Into the far turn, 28-1 that second quarter. Real Wicked on top. Here's Casimir Overdrive popping out of third. He's into second, he's driving. Back into third is Mossy's Art, the rail fourth. Darth Bader moving up outside from in fifth. Darcy gapping his cover though. Then it's St. Lad's Captain buried sixth inside. 3 wide, time for Grits and Gravy from the backfield as he starts a wide rally as they go to 3/4. Real Wicked at the inside is given way. Casimir Overdrive takes command. Can he fend off the backfield? Mossy's Art is after him on the outside at 3/4 in 125-1. It is Casimir Overdrive put to a deep stretch drive. Second outside to Mossy's Art now. Up 3 wide rolls Darth Bader. 4 wide from the backfield, Grits and Gravy. Philion is asking. Casimir Overdrive is giving. It is Casimir Overdrive at the inside, holding on. He won it by 3/4 of a length. Second was Mossy's Art down the center. Third, Darth Bader. Through fourth was Wild Eyed Yankee in 155. Trust Me, Ashley. Owned by LaFerme Drummond Incorporated and Rick Carper. Winning trainer Richard Moreau in the bike for the winning drive. A double on tonight's program for Sylvain Philion. Casimir Overdrive strikes for the second time in as many tries. Les Equine going to new trainer Patrick Shepard. Public liking her to the tune of 5-2. It's post time for race 7. Here they come. Off and trotting outside speed from Neon Lights and Hemi Sealster, along with Perfetto down the center now. Super Shizzle left out hard from the rail too for Paul McDonnell. Off the speed from in fifth now is Our First Class. Then Cadaver Queen, tucked in behind her the Fixer. Trotting up outside goes Sortie. Trailing early on is Memo. Into the first turn, Perfetto had them 3 wide for a couple of steps there. Now Neon Lights clears, gives way to Hemi Sealster, who plows his way to the front. So Waz got the pedal down and Hemi Sealster again, 27-3 the opening quarter. They light it up. Back into second, Neon Lights, Perfetto third, Super Shizzle fourth, gap of 2 in fifth to Our First Class. Then it's Cadaver Queen, the mare from in sixth now. She'll get underway. Followed to the outside by Sortie. Then it's back to the Fixer and 2.5 to Memo, who trails. Across the backstretch. On the lead, Hemi Sealster, leading the way just over a length in front. Neon Lights, then it's back, it's inside to Perfetto. Super Shizzle trotting first up here at a 56-2.5. Into the final turn, Hemi Sealster, the one to catch. Right there, second, Neon Lights. Now third outside, trot Super Shizzle. In at the rail, Perfetto in fourth. With cover to work with, Cadaver Queen fifth. She just lost the cover though. Super Shizzle rolled into a break. Perfetto's off the rail though. He'll take Super Irish will spot first over and take it to Hemi Sealster on the way to 3/4. Neon Lights trying to angle out of the pocket spot here, so they're 3 wide coming out of that final turn. Still there, Hemi Sealster in 125, but Perfetto draws the beat on that one. Sortie made a break coming out of the final turn. They're in deep stretch. To the front now, Perfetto. Perfetto strikes the lead, trots away to a 3-length lead now. Hemi Sealster back into second. Our First Class comes on with late speed, ducking at the inside. Memo, outside Neon Lights. Here's Perfetto. Perfetto will win, wins going away. Second best, Our First Class. Hemi Sealster third. Fourth best was Memo in 154 and 1. Eight to 5 betting support. It is post time for this evening's 8th race. Here they come. They're off and pacing, leading out in the center, Talladega Sealster. Outside of him is Slim Shady. They're at the inside, Tucker Creek into third. Splitting on through comes Something About Him. Something About Him emerges with that early lead here from Mayotte, who puts the pedal down. Dropped in second, Tucker Creek. Off stride in that first turn. Something About Him was on the lead, but planted them. He made a dirty break there on Mayotte going to the quarter. So it's Tucker Creek on point now. Settling into the pocket spot is Talladega Sealster. Slim Shady looking for a drop over to the rail from in third there, and they were all in tight quarters as a result. The opening quarter in 28 flat, they're into the backstretch now. Tucker Creek has got the lead, but pressing on is the Parkton driving Blue Crew. Rockin' Zeus now third outside, and he's off stride. Rockin' Zeus has made a break to the outside. Field coming up to the midway point, so this has been wild. On the way to the midway point, Blue Crew leads the way. In the pocket spot is Tucker Creek. It's Talladega Sealster, followed by Slim Shady. Getting underway goes Radley Hanover from fifth now. Half in 57 and 4. Picking up the cover sixth is Sunshine's Finest. Then Edam Sports Baby, and through at the rail, this beat goes on. Round the final turn, chasing after Blue Crew, leads the way just over a length in front with 3/8 to go. Tucker Creek into second, now Overland into third. Here drives Radley Hanover, Talladega Sealster fourth, with cover fifth is Sunshine's Finest. On to 3/4, Blue Crew with that lead, a length and a half better than Tucker Creek. Radley Hanover, Talladega Sealster, cover for Sunshine's Finest. From the backfield, Edam Sports Baby, 3/4 in 126 and 4. Blue Crew into the stretch, leading it just over a length now. Back into second is Tucker Creek, who's 2 lengths away. The rail third for Talladega Sealster, now off cover from the backfield, kicks on Sunshine's Finest. Blue Crew is still there, 2 lengths in front, not going to touch him tonight. Blue Crew to win this one. The popular Blue Crew draws clear to win by 3 lengths. Second best was Tucker Creek, then Sunshine's Finest and Talladega Sealster. Blue Crew, 4-year-old Heston Blue Chip Gelding out of the Abercrombie Mare Crew Angel. Hut Racing stable of in behind the gate for tonight's 9th race now. Public has made the 1 Royal Witch. The 2-1 favorite should look to rebound from a 3rd place finish in her latest. It's post time for race 9. They're off and trotting at a good beginning in the center. Big Rich rolling off the gates there for Wah, coming after Royal Witch for top honors going into that first turn. Dropped in third, Mr. Contestant. Marching outside fourth comes on the ropes. Then it's back to PL Jill. B Yo-Yo. And early trailer odds on Amethyst, quarter pole bound. Big Rich has got that early lead, but parked out and driving comes on the ropes. Royal Witch just off the speed in third. Mr. Contestant fourth, two to PL Jill, then B Yo-Yo and odds on Amethyst. The opening quarter in just 29 seconds flat, and they move into the backstretch. Here to the front goes on the ropes, taking over from Big Rich. Royal Witch sitting third, Mr. Contestant fourth, two to PL Jill. Situated sixth in the backfield, B Yo-Yo, and last is odds on Amethyst. Field approaching the midway point. On the ropes has got the racetrack tonight. Leads the way under tight lines to Drury on the way to the midway point. Big Rich enjoys that beautiful two-hole ride through a 58-2 first half. Royal Witch is third to the rail, followed by Mr. Contestant, PL Jill, B Yo-Yo, and odds on Amethyst. They race single file until odds on Amethyst steps to the outside from last. On their way to the final 3/8 of the mile. On the ropes leads the way. Tempo quickens now. Back into second, Big Rich. Royal Witch third, Mr. Contestant from in fourth. Then odds on Amethyst, PL Jill, and B Yo-Yo, 3/4 of a mile, and they've trotted in 1:26.4 to get there. With that lead, turning home is on the ropes, leading it by 2 lengths, begins to step away from Big Rich. Royal Witch, first over third, now into second. She's closing, but it's still on the ropes on that lead by a length and a half. Royal Witch is second, inside to Big Rich. Deep stretch lead for On the Ropes, and it's On the Ropes who went to the front and didn't look back. On the ropes to win it by a length and a half over Royal Witch, Big Rich, and B Yo-Yo in 1:55. Of many. It's post time. Here they come. They're off and trotting. Good beginning in the center. Cindy Lynn is first off the wing. So Pine left out with a bit of speed. There's Cool Clifford up in a 3-wide path early. Trotting up into fourth is Gold Edition. Up in between horses, Jump Shot from in fifth. Sixth away at the rail, Pikachu Hanover. From the second tier start, Venus Do It Ah. Park going into the turn is Refi from an 8th position. Tricks and Stones back in 9th. And after gate gapping, continuing to gap out, is 8 o'clock Storm, who is trailing. First panel trotted, and on the lead it's Cindy Lynn, the fleet-footed Cindy Lynn at the quarter in 28-1, but under pressure, the parked-out driving Gold Edition is up to tackle her for top honors, and Gold Edition will find the front. Back into second, Cindy Lynn. A Limdodo Sopine is third in driving. Back into fourth is Cool Clifford, fifth inside to Jump Shot. Gap of 3, back in 6, Pikachu Hanover. Seventh looking to start a move to the outside, Venus Do It All, waiting on Pikachu Hanover's cover to get her rolling. Further back at the inside, Tricks and Stones, then Refi, and closing up is 8 o'clock Storm, trailing now at a 56-4 half. Houdon and McDonald throw down. Gold Edition has got the racetrack, not keen in giving it up. Oh So Pine is up to that one's bridle, and they go at it here, tooth and nail around the final turn. Gold Edition at the rail. Oh So Pine, long, tough trip for that one. Cindy Lynn in the pocket spot. Cool Clifford tips out, slightly gapped on his cover though. Pikachu Hanover in the meantime, thinking about a 3-wide rally as McNair pushes the go button right now. 3/4 in 125-3. Oh So Pine parked every step and has grabbed the lead coming off the turn. Gold Edition is given way. Cindy Lynn's behind horses. Cool Clifford down the center. Way out wide is Pikachu Hanover. They're across the racetrack here, 4 wide. Cindy Lynn at the rail for Saftic is coming through. Pikachu Hanover on the outside, closing up. Cool Clifford between. Cindy Lynn outside. Pikachu Hanover. Cindy Lynn at the rail. Cindy Lynn upset in the finale. She won it at 9-1 in 155.
After a couple of dark days, we are back at it here at Woodbine Mohawk Park as we welcome you to Campbellville, Ontario for Thursday night harness action. 10 races coming your way as we get set to kick off a 3-day stretch. Here in Southern Ontario, we are excited for what is ahead. We've got some great racing, some series getting underway, and we're actually excited about the cold weather because it has made that track fast and it's tightening it up, and you can see the details there. -6 degrees Celsius, 21 Fahrenheit. Wind is coming in from the northwest at 21 clicks an hour, so a bit of a crosswind here tonight. And as mentioned, we are racing on a fast strip. All right, 10 races here tonight. Let's get you caught up with the changes, as we do have quite a few. In fact, the opener, which starts wagering on the early pick 5, this one is guaranteed at $50,000. It does offer that low takeout of 15% as well. A couple of notes in here. Number 1, Satanta. Switching from aluminum to steel up front, and then removes the Murphy blind on the left side as well. No Louis Philippe Bois here tonight, so first driver change of the evening, the 8 on the sly. Make it Chris Christoforou. Chris Christoforou drives the 8 on the sly. And number 9, Esquire, also a shoeing change up front. This one switching from flip-flops to steel. Race 2, first of 3 Blizzard divisions, opening round of that series for the fillies and mares. No changes. Don't forget about rolling doubles throughout the night, everybody. Race 3. There is a condition change here. Same claiming price, $15,000. It's just that it is for non-winners of $68,000 lifetime, not non-winners of $67,000 lifetime. And that does allow one Archway, who's got the driver change to Sylvain Filia, just sneak in this condition. Over to the 4th race, early pick 4, guaranteed at $50,000. 3 Oak Rock Eldorado. Sylvain Filion drives. Sylvain Filion driving 3 Oak Rock Eldorado. And Stelios, the 8, will add blinkers. Put blinkers on the 8 Stelios tonight. Need a driver in race 5 on number 1, Ace 44 Pat. Driver to be announced on 1 Ace 44 Pat in the 5th race. As we head to the back half, race 6 starts the late pick 5. 15% takeout with that wager as well. Number 3, Needle Crest, fresh off his milestone victory, number 1,000 last night for Scotty Young. He picks up the drive on Needle Crest. Needle Crest will now be driven by Scott Young in that 6th race. Race 7, wrapping the early pick 4, kicking off the late 4, Pharaoh's Reign. Sick, scratched. Vet scratch sick, a 4, Pharaoh's Reign in that 7th race. And need a driver on the 5, Big Journey. Looks like Anthony Hahn not here either. Big Journey, driver to be announced. Race 8, kicking off the final pick 3 of the night. A lot of changes here. We've got 2, Don't Dilly Dally, switching blind to blinkers. Blind to blinkers on the 2, Don't Dilly Dally. The 4, Size Me Up, going to new connections. The birthday boy, Lou F. Timiatis, takes over the training. Happy birthday, Lou. He will change up a couple of things here. Hobbles going from 60.5 inches to 60, so snugging up just half an inch. And then an upfront shoeing change going steel to aluminum. The 7 Arcane Sealster is a vet scratch sick. And number 10, Chick McGuire, put Travis Cullen aboard. Travis Cullen drives 10, Chick McGuire. Race 9, number 1, Better's Burn, vet scratch sick. 1 Better's Burn will not go, is sick in that opening round of the Blizzard in tonight's 9th race. And race 10, we have no changes. We also have a fresh start to the Jackpot High 5, as we had that claimed by one lucky winner here on Monday evening. That's it for early changes. Up next, Thursday edition of Woodbine Racing Live with yours truly and the Parlay Queen.
Sensational Wisedown.
He's big, he's strong, some beach somewhere.
Tippin going on to win the Rico Woodbine Mile.
She is gone.
Louis-Philippe Bois from Quebec.
Good luck to everybody.
It's Fear the Dragon.
Oh my God.
With a sparkling score.
A perfect season.
He's wicked.
One bigger odds in front.
Welcome to Woodbine Racing Live. Monique Veg alongside Chad Rosema. And it's Thursday here, and been a slow week thus far, but we have a good racing card tonight. Quite a few differences once again, and it's been okay for me, but I guess my notes didn't make my way to you early.
No, you got to bring it up, eh? Huh? Yeah, I can feel
Have to
that
start it
bus
off.
going over me right now. Yeah, no, yeah. Hey, it's fun. We've got a little friendly competition. It's early, very early. If others are struggling as I am, good news is we always have another race, right?
That's true.
We always have another card. That's the beauty of it here. We've got 221, 222 race days or something like that. Lots of opportunity, that's for sure.
Yeah, so speaking on Jackpot High Five, you mentioned that during changes, we did have a lucky winner take it down, and I was very surprised by the way the ticket mapped out. Very expensive ticket, but I mean 5, 6, 7 with all, and I was waiting to figure out the cost on that one, but I mean was very handsomely rewarded with that for sure, and very nice payout, of course.
Yeah, there's the cost, $1,800 plus on that ticket. So. Yeah, a big investment, but solid return. US dollars, 21,000 plus. This was a winner from Arlington, I believe,
It was,
right?
yeah.
So congratulations, and every once in a while we'll see a ticket like this where someone takes the chance. And now, what the curious thing that I'd like to know is, I wonder if Pikachu Hanover, by the way, who was the favorite, finished second in that race but got placed back to fourth. I just wonder if, I mean, this individual would have still had the winning combination, but would this individual have had it all by themselves if Pikachu Hanover stays for second? I'm going to say probably not, but
Probably not.
it's just interesting how things happen.
Yeah, probably not, because Pikachu Hanover went off as a short price and obviously was the one to beat in that race. Morning Line didn't reflect that, but he just came in at such good form. So, yeah, that's a very interesting thing to know. Always playing devil's advocate. I like it.
I know.
And, yeah, we have to do a big shout out to Scott Young, who got win number 1,000.
Yeah, now the interesting thing, Tuesday night, he had one drive at the raceway in London. It was in the finale. I love his dedication. He goes there to drive this one. He wins. He gets placed back to second. That would have been the milestone. He comes right back the next night with Ben Bergeron's Absolute Sealster to win the third race, and there it is. Career victory 1,000. The answer, Scotty Young, congratulations. And, as we know, he's making his presence felt here, and he's trying to pick up more and more drives on this circuit. He hasn't officially announced that he's making the move here. As you can tell, obviously still driving on the Bs, but if he gets the opportunity, I'm sure he's going to, use this place as, the ultimate spot where he wants to land. But yeah, nice milestone. Congratulations. And looking forward to possibly having him, as one of our guests on the show. I'm sure he loves doing the TV stuff as
We
well.
already have
right?
that planned.
Already planned?
Yeah. Sometime next week.
There we
I
go.
know you have Adriano Sorella on this Saturday, actually.
Adriano take 2 because I had to cancel on Saturday, with the weather, and he was okay with it, even though he just lives down the road. He was happy that in that kind of a weather he didn't have to come out. So hopefully we can go this Saturday. I know they are calling for a bunch of snow here, pretty good accumulation. So hopefully everything plays all right. We can get Adriano on here because looking forward to speaking to him.
Oh, for sure. And Mark has a little segment coming up at the end of the show with that. But yeah, we also have another bit of information here with driver Dave Drew getting his Canadian colors representing us in the Amateur Driving Championship.
Yeah, and I saw Dave Drew inside the grandstand, making it here, shook his hand, congratulated him. So it'll be at Pompano Park. And the amateur series, I guess, runs the odd years or the opposite years of the World Driving Championship. And he's not sure if a Canadian has ever represented. Certainly hasn't over the past decade, and he is thrilled. He said it's a huge honor, and he's very excited for it. So we want to wish him the best. And again, he'll be getting presented his Canadian colors after the opener here tonight, right?
Yeah, definitely excited to see that presentation.
Yeah.
Moving on to our action tonight, you're on the hook for the Pick 5. I know you have a ticket mapped out with some replays. What do you like early on? I know you like.
I like
a
2
couple.
singles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a couple of singles. So it's a cheapie, just a little suggestion thing, some numbers that I feel to consider. I know Garnet Barnsdale and I have actually got best bets going head-to-head in the 5th race. So GB, it's on, buddy. In the opener, as wagering is open, On the Sly is still the favorite at 7-2. Very lukewarm. Chris Christopher again picking up the drive. There's a bunch in here you can make a case for. I hope I went deep enough. I haven't heard of any claiming action just yet for this race either, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some claims put in here. But I'm going to go with On the Sly as my race winner, just hopeful that he can come right back. I thought he was sharp from off the pace last time. There's going to be speed in here for him to chase, is my opinion. If he can get away in a similar spot and offer up that same late kick, he's going to be awfully tough. But Alpha Sealster, who is capable, looked pretty sharp in his qualifier. He's had some braking issues since going to the Gordon McDonald barn, but James McDonald knows him well, and he's back aboard. Esquire, obviously very capable. He won 2 races recently for Pat Shepard. Back to the Pat Shepard barn as well. And then Hope Solo looked good last time out. And although second best on the slide, maybe has the advantage with an inside post. Yes, she's a mare up against the boys here, but she can definitely hold her own, and she's a proven winner in the circuit too, so I don't want to discount her. Satanta would have been an easy one to jump on, getting back to this level, but it just hasn't been effective in 2 starts for Josh McKibben. I get it, the classes were tougher. We'll see. Made a break last time, second star Lasix. I'll be curious to see if there are claims, because when this horse was offered up for claiming price on December 5th, there was like 6 claims entered. It was very, very popular. We'll see what the case is here tonight with him. But 8, 9, 4, 7 for my picks. I'm going to use those top 4.
We should have a very nice pick 5 pool, especially for the early one. Luke was mentioning early on, our producer Luke Van Belkom, mentioning that the pool was 21,000 with just before changes, 26 now. So very good
30.
pool. Lots of time to go. So definitely a competitive sequence to kick things off in race 1, which we obviously love. Race number 2, you're taking 3 in here. 2, 3, and 5. Your top pick. Nowhere to hide the 2.
Nowhere to hide. I looked at this race. You know, Betsy looks obviously very good, especially going inside. I mean, she's had 3 straight post 9s. And even through that, she's put together 2 wins and a second-place effort. And I know she was soundly defeated at the hands of Goodnight Irene on the Boxing Day matinee program. She was clearly just second best. Goodnight Irene came up with a big effort. I don't want to take anything away from her. She's had a couple of weeks off to regroup. She could come back fresh and ready to roll. You have to use her. But nowhere to hide. When she was here in October, not very effective. But since taking off from October 21st to December 4th, it looks like the time away has done her some good, because she had a sharp win at Flamborough, then moved up and was a good second, coming home at 27-2. We don't see that all that often at Flamborough on their half-miler. And that was from the 9-hole, spent a lot of the mile on the outside. Love her form. Christopher Lamoureux, they had a pretty good time in the Niagara Series and were able to sweep through that. With that series, and the name is escaping me. Arya Stark was the one that was able to sweep through that. So maybe they've got another one that's going to be a factor in this series. So I do like her, and then I tossed in Big Naranci as well. You got everything her own way on the front end, but she did what she was supposed to do on the end of it, and that was kick home for the win. Bob McClure aboard. This one's now starting to put it together, having won 2 of her last 3.
I like the ones you have in here, and I don't blame you for going deep in this one. 7-horse field, but very tricky. Can make a case for a lot of them. Then you mentioned that you have 2 singles in your pick 5. Here's one of them coming up here, the 4, PL Molly.
Yeah, looked at this race. PL Molly, I know was a single for Garnet the week prior. He liked her, and she did trot well, but Spare Seed all of a sudden put it together. And I actually like that one to repeat. I think he's out tomorrow, with the claiming price dropped. But PL Molly still trotted well on the end of it. She just flashes some impressive miles. She's going to have a head start over some of the others, in my opinion, like a Sinful, like a Guccio's Office, a couple others that I like in behind. I mean, Sinful, that last race, needed the flat line, got that under his belt. I know he disappointed as the favorite, not getting a check. Didn't have fractions really to chase either. But as far as, what he needed to do to avoid going back to the qualifiers, was a flat line, so he was able to accomplish that. I think they can be a little bit more aggressive with him here tonight, but I don't know if that's going to result in a victory. I think PL Molly has got the advantage, and I really like her chances, so I'm just saying, you know what, I'm going all in on her.
What type of a price are you expecting?
Short price on her. I mean, she was one of the favorites last time out, and off of that effort, the way that her miles kind of seemed to stand out over the rest, I'll peg her at about 6 to 5. Yeah.
For me, definitely playing against her, assuming she's going to be a shorter price, riskier option. But, I mean, I don't fault you for that. She definitely looms as the one to beat. I just think, when she stays trotting, she's a major contender, but that's been an issue for her. So trying to find a price play underneath, but I don't fault you for the single in there. Next leg, you're going 3, 5, 7, 10. Top pick the 10, EO Wild Spirit.
Yes, in this 4th race, we've got Field of 10 in here, Oak Rock, Eldorado. You played this one last time, I feel.
I did, yeah.
It raced huge, actually. Faced some pressure, making the move, to the lead, and was still digging. It was a great finish, this race. And Crocodile Canyon, my top pick, a rare instance in 2020 where I actually beat you in a race, was able to get up in time. But yeah, Oak Rock, Eldorado, I think you definitely have to view this one as a factor for sure. The 5 Tommy Terror as well hasn't consistently been putting together, but if he does bring his game, he's a factor. McLegend, remember Dave Dano, we were talking to him, and he thought, this one got bet down as a favorite last time, and he said, I think he's going to need a start. He's going to be a little short. He raced pretty well for a horse that was a little short. If he's just that much tighter, he's going to be a player. And then El Wild Spirit intrigues me. Back to the Damaris stable, continues to perform well. Last time it was a tough trip at the Raceway, parked every step of the mile, and I think tonight from the second tier he can just work out a nice little trip. So I like him as the win candidate, but I got to load up in this race.
I don't blame you. I mean, you can definitely afford to load up when you take a single, 2 singles actually, and then race number 5, another single here, the 7 back in the game.
Yeah, back in the game was one that I rated as a win candidate in the debut on the circuit, coming from the East Coast here to Ontario, joining Tony O'Sullivan. These connections have done well with Tony with Lisburn. And interesting to note, Lisburn actually won second time out for O'Sullivan, and it's exactly what I'm hoping back in the game. Well, we'll have some visual replays, or visual evidence for her effort here a little bit later on. She jumped a pylon when trying to go up the inside. But what I saw was definitely someone that was live. It was just, things got, just as I say, they're a little too close for comfort. Had she got to the outside, probably a different result. So off of that effort, and now having dropped speed, she's never had to go that kind of speed. She's going to be better for it, and I think she takes advantage. So I really like her chances here tonight to come up with a victory, and I really like her. As I say, Garnet and I am already letting the cat out of the bag. We're going head to head, in this race with our best bets. So I know he likes Morning Has Broken. I like Back in the Game. I had Morning Has Broken with my pick last week, and Back in the Game was not my top pick. So it could be that classic Rosema off angle, right?
That's who I'm going with, so I'm hoping for your sake.
Yeah, not surprised.
Recap us on your ticket, $48 option here.
Yeah, so just those singles, again, cheap, loading up in those races. I believe we just got some additional information. I think producer said the 8 in the opener has 6 claims. Yeah, 6 claims. Wow, so... And the 9 has 2 claims. So 8 and 9 at this point are the claimed horses in here, but not the one Satanta getting the popularity here tonight on this line, Esquire. So happy to have both those. Now you are on the hook for the late pick 5. I know we had a delay, but still, that just helped the pool, and we were getting close to 50,000 for our late pick 5 pool, and these continue to pay fantastic, even without the guarantee. And the reason, as we know, is because of the 15% takeout. So sell me in yours.
Oh, for sure. Race number 6. I'm taking 3 in here. I do think Leader tonight is the one to beat in there, and he's been racing so well as of late, but I did take some others in here just for some coverage. Speed to Market is a must include, I'd say. And then throwing on the 4, Buddha Blue Chip, who was good to you last time out. He's my 3rd option in here, but I think you might include him in. He's a very logical candidate for a repeat. Race number 7, all in on the 3, Springbridge Gym. One of our only 2 picks the same all night, and I think
really
we can agree. So do I. And then the Scratch of Pharaoh's Reign, I think, could benefit him as well. One less horse to work with. He was a little bit too far back in his debut on this circuit. Race number 8, loaded up here. I feel like I might even have wanted to click the all button in races 8 and 10. I found them super tricky. I did go with Chick McGuire, the 10 horse on top, and think should offer a good price just based on current form and being 1 for 25. But a lot of coverage I think is necessary. Race 9 went 2 and 3. Top pick 3. She's one hot rider. But I went back and forth in this race. I found it very, very complicated. Maybe even Lions Tilt Hanover would be someone I could throw in too. I mean, you can make a case for a lot of them, but just trying to make it through that leg. And then race 10, another top pick, we have the same, the 5, Muscles Jared, but I did take some others for some coverage. Just not feeling too great about it, but I mean, hopefully if my single can click, I can get a price in some of the other legs.
All right, sounds good.
We're going to take a short break. When we come
Art Speak, the complete stallion package with looks, pedigree, and performance. He was 2-year-old Gold Pacer of the Year in the U.S. and in Canada. He's a multiple stakes winner at 2 and 3, including the Governor's Cup, Bluegrass Stakes, Mid-Jersey Sire Stakes finals twice. Art Speak's first crop includes 2019 2-year-old PA Stakes winners, and his first Ontario crop was born in 2019. He stands at Winback Farm of Ontario, where he served the full book in 2019. Book early for 2020. Visit winbackfarm.com.
Welcome back to Woodbine Racing Live. Monique and Chad here, and Chad in our Horses to Watch segment has a couple of replays, 2 to be exact, queued up for us. And this one is interesting. I like that you're selling us on your Pick 5 single. And what stood out about this replay in general that you wanted to highlight it?
Well, even though I ranked Back in the Game as a win candidate last week, and we'll never know if she was going to win that race or not, it was still that situation where maybe needed an outing here. We want to kind of be able to watch her on our circuit, the bigger oval, and see how she fares. Well, I thought she fared well. You know, yeah, she ended up making a break, but it wasn't completely her fault. It was, you know, a lack of room. I mean, there was interesting to know. We're just going to show you the head on. So she's sitting third. It looked like Dougie was starting to come to the outside with her. Then he opted to stay in, and then she's clearly live on the end of it. Dougie's hoping for some room to open up, which, you know, that room opens up a lot here. It looked like it was actually going to open up enough for her to come through, but then you can see there Jody's horse will continue to dive down to the inside and sort of closes it off. That pylon, you know, forced her to jump over it. I mean, that's just sort of a natural reaction. So it made things easy for Ally Elizabeth, who went sweeping by on the outside with the addition of Lasix, but who knows what would have happened with Back in the Game had she had that clear lane. And, you know, that was a night, too, where the inside was dead. We had a bunch of horses that tried the inside, and it just didn't work out. So that, to me, makes me say she was even more live because she was closing well up the inside, but then sort of shut off in that spot. So Back in the Game off of that effort. I'm just hopeful that, you know, she is raring to go off of that experience, and I think this will be one that's put into play early on. I know there's others that are going to give her a good run for her money. A bunch in here, but I think Back in the Game can be the best in here, so I'm just taking a stand on her.
I like that replay there because the break in the line doesn't necessarily tell the whole story. I mean, it looks like maybe just made a break down the stretch, but actually seeing what had happened, I mean, breaks are, sometimes you can make excuses for them is what I'm trying to get at, and It definitely seemed like a logical reason as to why she did, and I do remember that day, and it was not very favorable on the inside there, so definitely.
I had about 3 horses I picked that I think tried the inside, and it was just, by the time I hit the third one, I was like, oh, no.
You know.
Anyway, it happens.
One more replay in here. Race number 7, Excellent Nation, Springbridge Gym, Priceless Sunshine, Pharaoh's Reign, a whole bunch of repeaters.
So Springbridge Gym was a very short price in the move to this circuit, 25 cents to the dollar, to be exact. And it's probably going to be a short price again tonight, especially with Mohawk Park Circuit. James McDonald taking over the driving. He does driving for Andrew Moore, including driving this one's older sister, Springbridge Vision. But Springbridge Gym, you know what? At first glance, it's easy to say, 25 cents on the dollar. This horse finished 4th, beaten 3 lengths. Not as good as the betting public thought. But you know what? I think was actually pretty good. Let's put everything into perspective. And you know, Robbie got away 8th early on, was moving on the outside, got cover. I don't think hurt this Big Jim colt whatsoever. But you can see he's not the biggest of horses, the smaller son of Big Jim. And, you know, maybe showing some signs of greenness or maybe even a little fatigue at the end of it. But he did, at the end of the day, still pace a back half in 55-1, a mile in 55-1. He had never gone anything like that. This is a bigger track to cover than Rito Carlton is, so it takes experience. He will be a lot better because of that outing. Now, he is snowshoe eligible. I think that was the main reason they brought him here. Maybe that effort last week was the determining factor to say, you know what, we're not going to tackle the snowshoe just yet. I don't know if tonight, if he puts in some kind of a great performance, if they say, okay, next week we'll try. There were a lot of horses entered in that snowshoe, and he would probably, if he does opt to go next week, he would probably have to come away with a win to assure a spot in the final. But anyway, at this point, too, I think they've got a solid OSS horse that, you know, they'll just continue to kind of get a foundation underneath and see what he can do. But to me, given the circumstance, when you just factor in everything that he had to deal with, Springbridge Gym actually raced pretty good in that. We're quick to judge because he was such a heavy favorite and didn't win. But through it all, he still raced pretty well.
Definitely high expectations on this one too, and there was no pace in that race as well, so he got away far back, and slower early fractions definitely didn't help his chances, and he did get a little bit green down the stretch too, so hopefully that cleans up a little bit moving on to this race.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's going to be a short price again, and I mean, I think he's certainly the one to beat, and as you saw on the graphic earlier, pretty much almost in unanimous decision here, all of us going with him on top.
Yeah, one that I didn't point out in there, but you could see was second, just missing, was Excellent Nation. And I mean, we got to give the stable.ca a lot of credit and Harry Poulton with this horse, because career start number 2 in the winter months, and this horse is just missing a win and going at 54 and change, right? So pretty good effort in his second outing.
Plays of the night coming up. You might be up first, or Kenny.
Yeah, I've already unveiled mine, really.
Oh.
I've got that best bet in the 5th race. I'm going to go back in the game. You're going to go long shot. I think you'll get an okay price on Chick McGuire from that second tier. I don't know if I put that one into play at all tonight. What race is that? The 8th
Race 8. Yeah,
Fourth
I
pick.
feel it was a very complicated race, like I mentioned. I mean, you can make a case for a lot of them. I do think the closing effort last time out was really nice. I think that's the type of similar effort we're going to be seeing today, and should offer a really good price. I mean, it was a big price last time out versus a little bit tougher, so hoping for a nice price tonight. And here's Kenny going with our top pick.
Yeah, Dewey debut, and it's not a son of Dewey Cheatham and Howe. It's Dwayne Marfisi, nicknamed Dewey, and Muscles Jared. I like this one as well. And we see 5-1 morning line, but this is going to be one of the favorites. I'm pretty confident about that in tonight's finale.
I think so too. So to close out our show, Mark McKelvey does Mark's Minute. This time he talks about the new Jimmy Freight Stakes.
If you haven't noticed the splash that Jimmy Freight and owner Adriano Sorella are making as of late, well, you either haven't been on social media or you haven't been inside the Woodbine Mohawk Park paddock. As you can see over my shoulder, Jimmy Freight is everywhere. Owner Adriano Sorella has taken an aggressive approach to raise awareness for his stallion Jimmy Freight, who stands this season at Winback Farm of Ontario for $5,000. Recently, a partnership between Woodbine Entertainment and Sorella was announced, and it'll feature the Jimmy Freight Stakes debuting in 2023 for the offspring of Jimmy Freight, with a purse of $100,000 being put up by Sorella. Now, some of his other marketing initiatives include giveaways on social media, Facebook and Twitter, and as well, we're going to get an opportunity to pick his brain and find out a little more about this initiative on Woodbine Racing Live this Saturday when Adriano Sorella is our guest. Show starts at 6:30. First race post time is 7:10. And for more information, go to woodbinemohawkpark.com.
Introducing bubbly sparkling water. Crack a smile.
Rico is empowering digital workplaces. That means work happens whenever, wherever, and however it needs to. It means we deliver smarter ways to work. And employees have the tools they need to be equally productive, whether in the office, at home, or on an airplane. You can operate this way every day. We're turning ideas on what the workplace should be into reality. Rico. Imagine change.
COSA, the Central Ontario Standardbred Association, proudly serving Ontario horse people with integrity and accountability. Collaborative, supportive, helping to ensure a vibrant harness racing industry. Lifetime membership is free and there are many benefits. Become a new member today. COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. To find out more, visit cosaonline.com.
Jimmy Freight is new to Ontario in 2020. Jimmy Freight is the richest and fastest son of sports writer and was the O'Brien 3-year-old Colt Pacer of the Year and won multiple stakes at ages 2, 3, and 4.
And Jimmy Freight turns on the Jimmy Jets by a length and a half in 148-1. Jimmy Freight at 10-1 to win the Dayton Pacing Derby.
He stands his first season in 2020. For booking information on Jimmy Freight, please visit winbackfarm.com. Limited shares available. Go to winbackfarm.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, as all of us here at Mohawk Park would like to extend our deepest condolences to the family of Mario Ruffalo, a familiar face to many of you here at the track. He was a longtime trainer-driver in southwestern Ontario. More closely, here he was part of the Woodbine Mohawk Park family, worked in our security department for a number of years, tragically lost his life last night in Guelph at the age of 63. And tonight we offer our condolences to his family, his friends, and to all of his former colleagues. On behalf of all of us here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, our condolences to the family of Mario Ruffalo.
Race number 1 almost underway, and if you haven't been joining us in the new year, 2 pick 5s, rolling doubles are the new addition, and also we're still having second tier starters, so that's definitely something to take note of. But yeah, so opening pick 5, very good pool thus far, almost over our guarantee with still 5 minutes to post. And
wow.
Yeah, 48,000.
Wow, I like it. I like it. Plenty
You're
of
on the
interest.
hook.
We've got a bunch of full fields here tonight as well, so excited. Looking forward to this weekend of action. Series underway, winter series tonight, the Blizzard, the Snowshoe tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that, and we'll have, I believe it's next month, we've got the new series coming as well, the Pepsi and the Wine and Roses. So exciting times here at Mohawk Park, that's for sure. There's a recap of my early pick 5 ticket. Again, I got a couple of singles. I think in race number 3, the Pat Shepard trainee, PL Molly, will simply have the jump on the rest of them and be able to win this race without worrying about Spare Seed mowing her down. And then in the 5th race, it's another McNair one I'm singling back in the game. She might have been good enough to win in her first start here last week, but unfortunately the inside was shut off for her. She ended up jumping over a pylon, going off stride, got placed back. So maybe tonight she goes right down the road and doesn't have to worry about any kind of traffic issues whatsoever.
Race 1, you're taking 4 in here in terms of the pick 5, but your top pick is the 8 on the Sly, who does have 6 claims entered.
Yeah.
Esquire 2 claims, but I mean nothing compared to the 6 on the Sly.
And on the Sly just returns now to the Moreau barn briefly, as Billy Budd recently had this 8-year-old. And you know what, at age 8, I know this is our bottom trot, but still competitive. Can still make some money, and that's why he's popular in the claiming game. And he's got versatility, but I like how he raced last week and it wasn't just the winning effort, it was the fact that he was sort of a mid-pack trotter with some speed to chase and was able to sweep by them down the stretch and win going away. So I think there's going to be the ability for speed in here again. And, on the Sly, if he gets a similar trip, which I see that happening, then Christopher might have picked himself up a live catch drive as, if you're just joining us, Louis-Philippe Bois off of his drives here tonight. Next door neighbor, Esquire, returning to the Pat Shepard barn. You can see still in your program page back in November, he had this trotter for 2 starts. The result, 2 victories. So based on that, you've got to include him. I think he's a serious win threat. He's 6-1 right now. And then a couple others that outside chances. Alpha Sealster's been making some breaks lately. The Qualifier was good. He's got some back class. He's certainly good enough in here, as you can see the last couple of times he was here, he was able to win, but he just has to square away those gate issues. And then Hope Solo, consistently kind of knocking on the door. She came up with a good effort last time, although she was second on the Sly. Maybe with an inside draw again tonight, she can have the advantage, over some of those outside ones, but she'll be hoping for some speed to chase too.
Same top 4 as you, just a different order. And I mean, I'm very happy with going with Esquire at 9-1, 5-1 odds, 5-1 odds. Obviously, on the Sly, getting bet fairly heavily, steady money, obviously, based on what we've seen last time out. But I did land on Esquire just based on what he's done in the Patrick Shepard barn. Been really successful, now gets to return there. Post 9, tough, of course, but does have some early speed, which I think could make this horse get put into play. And I definitely like his chances. In terms of the pick 5, my ticket would look fairly similar to yours early on. I do agree with you taking those 4, the 4 that are pretty much getting the steady amount of money most of the play. The 6 I'm looking at right now, AJ Destiny, 9-2.
Intrigues
what do you make
me
of that?
with Goddard taking over. I really did flirt with the idea of putting this one into my top 4 and then still going 4 deep, but I thought, you know what, I don't know. I know he won 6 times last year, but it wasn't all that frequent, and he just won 2 starts ago, so I'm just going to play the odds that he's not ready to come back this soon with another victory, especially now with others in here that have got claims entered.
I do tend to agree, but getting a ton of play,
Yep.
which worries me a little bit. Good luck if you are betting the pick 5. Good luck with all your plays in race 1. Very good pool, just shy of 60,000 with still time for the post parade. Good luck in race 1.
Here they are for tonight's first race, parading 1 Satanta, Sylvain Filion for trainer Josh McKibben, the owner is Mike Cecile. 2 in the group is Most Wanted Lindy with Scott Young for trainer Scott West. Scott West is also the owner. Hello Chipper 3, Travis Collins aboard. He shares ownership with trainer Rachel Andrew. Hope Solo 4 with Bob McClure up for trainer owner Jared Bothwell. Mystical Mission 5, Andre Goish aboard the Kyle Bosson's pupil of Daryl Newbigging. AJ Destiny 6 goes for Brandon Guerra, trainer Mark Goddard, and in the sulky is going to be Trevor Henry. That will be out in a few moments, late parading the 6. In the meantime, this is 7 Alpha Sealster. Gord McDonnell is the owner-trainer, James McDonald, the reinsman. 8 is On the Sly. 6 claims entered, going for Écurie, Richard Moreau, Mike Gaudreau, and Justin Robson. Richard Moreau, the trainer, Chris Christopher with the catch drive. There are 2 claims on 9 Esquire, going for Gary Bickford, trainer Patrick Shepard, driving Doug McNair. The 10 Mr. Magic from the second tier, Jonathan Drury, for trainer Terry Gallant, the owner Alvin Kipfer. And again, the 6 AJ Destiny is one we'll get you a visual of once he makes his way to the track. So again, to recap, 6 claims on the 8 On the Sly, 2 claims on the 9 Esquire here in tonight's first race, with post time just a few minutes away. We're going to go through these driver changes for you, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just arriving, Louis-Philippe Roy not with us tonight. Anthony Hahn is off drives as well. First race, it's Christophe Roux to drive number 8 On the Sly. The second race is clear. Third race, Sylvain Filion drives the 1 Archway. Fourth race, Filion picks up the catch drive on 3 Oak El Dorado. Fifth race, number 1 Ace 44 Pat, the driver changed to James McDonald. Sixth race, number 3 Needlecrest, make the driver Scott Young. Seventh race, number 5 Big Journey, the driver change is to Phil Houdon. Tonight's 8th race, 10 Chick McGuire, the driver change is to Travis Cullen. And that's what we have at this point for updates. Post time for the first race just a few minutes away. Rolling doubles, rolling pick threes offered throughout the night here at Mohawk Park. And the opener kicks off tonight's $50,000 guaranteed pool pick 5 wager. Here now the 6 AJ Destiny parading. Trevor Henry up for trainer Mark Goddard, owner Brandon Guerra. First race just a few moments away. And the horses in behind the starting gate for tonight's first race, field of 10 to kick off the Thursday program here at Mohawk Park. 6-5 and favored here. 8 On the Sly comes in fresh off a winning effort in 55 in his latest. 6 claims entered on him tonight. 2 claims on the 9 Esquire. We do have a breaker behind the gate from the second tier. That was number 10 Mr. Magic, who did make a miscue, though has reset. Every opportunity to catch the field here as they're reaching the starting point. Off and trotting, and some rough gated steps getting out of there for Alpha Sealster as he did the funky chicken getting off the gate. A good beginning inside for Hope Solo. From the outside, there goes Esquire. Splitting the pair of them is AJ Destiny. Then from the inside, the veteran Most Wanted Lindy to the outside from in fifth, going into that first turn, parked out and pressing, goes on the sly. Then the pole sitter, Satanta, nestled into the pylon sixth. Seventh overland is Alpha Sealster, better gated. Further back inside to Hello Chipper. Mr. Magic has caught the pack from back in ninth position, and 2.5 more lengths back to that rough-gated Mystical Mission, who was kept to task by going into that first turn. So the opening quarter was 28-1. They're by 3/8 heading to the midway point on the sly. Surges to the front. Christopher feeling pressure from the parked out Alpha Sealster. Rather than tussle, Christopher will release McDonald, it appears, and it's Alpha Sealster clearing to the front. That long shot takes over 57-2 the opening half. On the sly back into second now. Esquire third. Underway AJ Destiny fourth, now third. Grabbing that cover to the outside goes Hope Solo. Then inside from in sixth is Most Wanted Lindy. Gapped on cover seventh is Satanta. Tracking that one is Hello Chipper. Then Mystical Mission. And another break in stride for Mr. Magic, who plummets to last. They're coming up to three quarters now. Alpha Sealster dealing with the pesky AJ Destiny. Pocket Cider is on the sly from in third. On cover Hope Solo fourth within range. Three quarters in 1:26 and 4, and they're into the stretch. Still they're at the rail. Alpha Sealster, though he starts to tire. The rail opens up and on the sly comes through AJ Destiny. Here's Esquire now off a ground-saving trip. He's suddenly in a four-wide path, and he's got late trot. And here outside comes Esquire. Esquire is onto the scene late for McNair, and Esquire will win tonight's first race going away. On the slide was second, AJ Destiny third. Fourth was Alpha Sealster in 1:55 4/5. Unofficial top four on the board, 9, 8, 6, and 7. To Victory Lane returns 9 Esquire. 7-year-old Cadaver Gelding out of the Earl mare, Earl of My Dreams. Had been owned by Gary Bickford of Windsor, Ontario. Departs the stable of trainer Patrick Shepard on a winning note, and Doug McNair mapped out the winning trip. Esquire wins for the first time this year for the 13th time in his career. Trots the mile in 1:55 and 4 to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's first race still unofficial. We'll get back to details with regards to that in a few moments. At this time, we'd like to direct your attention to the winner's circle, the special presentation taking place. Dave Drew, who's decked out in those fancy Canadian colors, has got a big trip coming up. A longtime participant in the harness racing industry. He's been selected to represent Canada in the 2020 World Cup Amateur Driving Championship at Pompano Park in Florida on February 24th and 25th, hosted by the United States and organized by the Florida Amateur Driving Club. Dan Gall, President and Chief Executive Officer of Standard Canada, along with outgoing Chair Mark Horner, Bill O'Donnell, the President of COSA, and 2017 World Driving Champion James McDonald are trackside to make the driving colors presentation. Dave has the Canadian colors on, and they are the same design that James wore in 2017 en route to capturing that World Driving Championship. Dave from Grimsby, Ontario, has driven at 60 North American racetracks in the Delvin Miller Harness Drivers Association, competing in the CKG Billings Driving Series. He's a past winner of the Delvin Miller Silver Cup. He has owned and trained a small stable of horses, which include Grand Circuit racehorse Modern Legend, who won the Canadian Pacing Derby and an O'Brien Award for Pacing Horse of the Year. Amateur drivers from 12 countries will take part in the event, including Denmark, Hungary, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, Sweden, Belgium, Austria, Argentina, New Zealand, the United States, and of course, our nation. Congratulations to Dave on behalf of Woodbine, Mohawk Park, Standard Canada, and COSA. We wish you the best of racing luck, Dave, in the World Cup Championship. Do us proud. Prices are up from tonight's first race. 9 Esquire returned $8.60. The $2 Exacta, $21.60. Dollar Trifecta $81.20, and the dollar Superfecta paid $316.70. Pick 5 pool tonight, just shy of $96,000, and we've got just under $22,000 in live money moving on. We had claiming details to share with you from tonight's first race as well. There were 6 claims on number 8 on the sly. The successful claimants drawn by lot Dean Mar's son stable and Peter Miscalzi, so headed back to the stable of trainer Bill Budd. And there were 2 claims on the 9 Esquire, drawn by lot goes to the Jamaxpo Racing stable and going to trainer Mark Winnicott. Second race next, post time in only 7 minutes. Number 10, Mr. Magic, who did make a miscue, though has reset. Every opportunity to catch the field here as they're reaching the starting point. Off and trotting. And some rough gated steps getting out of there for Alpha Sealster as he did the funky chicken getting off the gate. A good beginning inside for Hope Solo. From the outside, there goes Esquire. Splitting the pair of them is AJ Destiny. Then from the inside, the veteran Most Wanted Lindy. To the outside from in 5th, going into that first turn, parked out and pressing, goes on the sly. Then the pole sitter, Satanta, nestled into the pylon 6th. 7th overland is Alpha Sealster, better gated. Further back inside to Hello Chipper. Mr. Magic has caught the pack from back in 9th position, and 2.5 more lengths back to that rough-gated Mystical Mission, who was kept to task by Goy going into that first turn. So the opening quarter was 28-1. They're by 3/8 heading to the midway point on the sly. Surges to the front. Christopher feeling pressure from the parked out Alpha Sealster. Rather than tussle, Christopher will release. McDonald, it appears, and it's Alpha Sealster clearing to the front. That long shot takes over 57-2 the opening half. On the sly, back into second now. Esquire third. Underway, AJ Destiny fourth, now third. Grabbing that cover to the outside goes Hope Solo. Then inside from in 6th is Most Wanted Lindy. Gapped on cover 7th is Satanta. Tracking that one is Hello Chipper. Then Mystical Mission. And another break in stride for Mr. Magic, who plummets to last. They're coming up to 3/4 now. Alpha Sealster dealing with the pesky AJ Destiny. Pocket Cider is on the sly from in 3rd. On cover Hope Solo 4th within range. 3/4 in 1:26 and 4, and they're into the stretch. Still they're at the rail. Alpha Sealster, though he starts to tire. The rail opens up and on the sly comes through AJ Destiny. Here's Esquire now off a ground-saving trip. He's suddenly in a 4-wide path and he's got late trot. And here outside comes Esquire. Esquire is onto the scene late for McNair, and Esquire will win tonight's first race going away. On the slide was second, AJ Destiny third. 4th was Alpha Sealster in 1:55 4/5. Here's a look at the rundown of tonight's first race. Satanta 9th, Most Wanted Lindy 7th, Hello Chipper 5th, Hope Solo 6th, Mystical Mission was 8th, AJ Destiny finished 3rd. Alpha Sealster was 4th, On the Sly 2nd, Esquire the winner, and Mr. Magic finished 10th. On to race number 2 next. No program changes. The Blizzard Series opening leg gets underway tonight. Post time in 3 minutes.
Race 2 almost underway, the first leg of the Blizzard Series, as Kenny had mentioned, and we got 8-5 on the 3 Betsy. Not at all surprised to see that her getting a ton of play, ton of post relief as well.
Yeah, first start of the year, so a bit of a stale date if there's anything maybe working against her. But yeah, I mean, she's been racing so fantastic. She finished off last season great. I mean, this condition is for nominators of 2 or 30,000 lifetime as of Halloween last year. So the end of October, well, considering that she's got 53,000 stashed away, she's done pretty well since then. So she's really been able to, kind of put away some money. And lately, doing it, as you mentioned, post relief, 3 post 9s in a row, and that hasn't kept her from a pair of wins and a second where she was expected to win that race even from that post, but Goodnight Irene just came up with a big effort on the Boxing Day program. So that was the last time we saw her. She's had a couple of weeks off to regroup. Not a terribly tough field, as you mentioned, post-relief, shorter field as well. So she is the one to beat. She should be the favorite. But with that being said, Garnet and I are trying to beat her. We're going to go to the 2 Nowhere to Hide. And here's a Bettor's Delight filly that when she was here in October for a 3-race stint, she didn't pick up a check, didn't offer a whole lot whatsoever. But since then, she went from the Blake McIntosh stable to Melissa Lamoureux. And the time away, I think, has been the key for her, because she's come back to Flamborough and has raced great. She had a nice win, then a solid second, where she paced in 57, came home in 27-2. She's got her confidence back. And now, can that translate to a good effort here? I'm hopeful. Christopher in the Lamoureux barn, they did well with Arya Stark in the Niagara series. We were able to sweep through that. So Nowhere to Hide looks like is their next charge to be a factor here in these winter series. So I'm going to go with her. I thought she'd be getting a little bit more play than she is. I'm happy she's not. I mean, she is down from the morning line odds at 8-1, but she was a few moments ago floating around 7-1 there. So we'll see what kind of late interest she takes, but I like her to try and upend the favorite.
Big price in the doubles as well, $95 for a $2 wager.
Yeah.
Obviously, overwhelming favorite in there is Betsy at 22. For me, I am trying to play against her as well, and for me, the rationale was taking some of the time off. Her last race was on that Boxing Day program, the matinee program, and she did disappoint as a short price. And she's been a tough one for me to predict. I mean, I figured post 9 would be difficult for her a couple starts back, and she made light work of that field. So she's definitely a major contender. Price is a tad bit short. I did go with the 5 Big Narantia, who looked really good last time out, won at 2-1 odds on January 9th. So I like that she's back racing after not too long away, and she's in really good form. So for me, 5-1 I think is a fair price on her, assuming that Betsy is going to be somewhere around the 7-5 odds we see her currently come post time.
I use Big Narantia as well in my pick 5, 3 deep here with the 2, 3, and 5. And I like the fact that she's putting it together right now. I mean, she's won 2 of her last 3. So although she'll have to pick it up a little bit more because she got everything her own way on the front end last time, but she still did what she was supposed to do, and that was kick home, and she fended off Morning As Broken, who's going to be one of the favorites probably in race number 5. So you could be on to something. I just want to continue moving on in this pick 5.
Good luck if you're live in the pick 5. Keep in mind rolling doubles and the start of a pick 3.
Here they are for the second race. Parading number 1 is Mock Like an Egyptian. Phil Houdon for trainer Mark Goddard, the owner Brandon Guerra. Nowhere to Hide, the 2 gets Christophe Farou for trainer Melissa Lamoureux, owned by 8-11-35-64 Canada Limited, along with Jeff Boyd. Betsy 3, James McDonald, paired up with the Don Johnson trainee from Mike Timpano and Sea Spray Stables Limited. Doug McNair on 4, Sugar Dance. Ed Hennessy is the trainer. Owners are Sandra Hennessy and Paula Sugars. Big Narantia is the 5. Bob McClure for trainer Julie Walker, owner-breeder Darlene Carr. Play a Duada the 6 with Scott Young for trainer Bob Young, homebred owned by Auto Industrie Incorporated. And the 7 Chase the Clouds Away, Trevor Henry for trainer-owner Gerald Lilly. The owners are Fred Nacliero and Alex Lilly. And that's the field for the second race, with post time just a few minutes away. Horses in behind the gate for tonight's second race, a field of 7 for the opening leg of the Blizzard Series, and it's number 3, Betsy in the role of favorite here, 4-5 on the James McDonald-driven Don Johnson trained daughter of Bettor's Delight. She won 5 of 15 last year. Good post for her to work from tonight, 4-5, the price offered up. The gate swings into the stretch. Second race on its way. They're often pacing, leaving out from the outside. There's Chase the Clouds Away. Down the center, Big Norencia. From the inside, there's Nowhere to Hide, showing up into third. Down the center, fourth, Betsy. Through at the rail, fifth is Mock Like an Egyptian. Sixth outside to Sugar Dance. And the early trailer, Play a Duada. Into that first turn, 6 to the pylons. 1 is parked and pressing, and that 1 is the favorite Betsy. Betsy on the outside, looking for the lead. Christopher's Charge made a break there. Nowhere to Hide was on the run. Mock Like an Egyptian. She went sideways as a result. 28-2 that first panel, and into the backstretch they go. Betsy clears to the front now. Back into second, chase the clouds away. Big Narantia from in third, 2 to Sugar Dance, fourth, 50 inside to Play a Do-It-All. Closing up the gap in sixth is Mock Like an Egyptian, who has regained her composure after getting around the breaker in that first turn. Nowhere to hide. On their way to the midway point, Betsy leads at even money. She's on top just over a length. The half for her, 58-4, second quarter speed, very sensible, 30-2. They're into the final turn, and Betsy leads the way. Betsy's on top just over a length in front. Second to chase the clouds away. Big Narantia gapping 2 lengths in third. Sugar Dance is fourth, 50 inside to Play a Do-It-All. And then sixth is Mock Like an Egyptian. They're coming up to 3/4. Betsy's still there. She's over a length and a half in front now as she pulls that train to 3/4. Chase the clouds away second. Big Narantia revving up now out of third. Sugar Dance on the outside fourth, and fifth moving up is Play a Do-It-All. 3/4 in 128-3, 29-4 third quarter. Betsy leads the way. She's got a big target on her back though. Big Narantia is right up alongside and threatening. Big Narantia trying to steal it away from Betsy. Betsy off soft panels brings it into the stretch. Outside, Big Narantia. Here on the far outside, driving up comes Sugar Dance. Sugar Dance on the outside is reaching up to win. Sugar Dance scores by about a quarter of a length over Big Narantia. Betsy was third. Play a Do-It-All fourth in 157-1. Here's a look at the winner of tonight's second race. Back to Victory Lane returns number 4, Sugar Dance. Sugar Dance, 4-year-old daughter of Guy's House, out of the modern art mare Sugar Biscuit, is owned by Sandra Hennessy and Paula Sugars. Ed Hennessy winning trainer. Doug McNair mapping out the winning trip with Sugar Dance. First win in 2 tries on the year. 5th lifetime score for the pacing mare. She stops the clock tonight in 157-1. Daily double taken tonight by teamster Doug McNair on the trot in the first race with Esquire, on the pace with Sugar Dance here in the second. And the prices are up for the second race. For Sugar Dance, returning $9.30 for the win. The $2 exact to $41.10. $2 double paid $58. Dollar trifecta $46.40. Superfecta $170.35. Third race is next. Post time will be established in a few moments. The gate swings into the stretch. Second race on its way. They're often pacing, leaving out from the outside. There's Chase the Clouds Away. Down the center, Big Narencia. From the inside, there's Nowhere to Hide, showing up into third. Down the center, fourth, Betsy. Through at the rail, fifth is Mock Like an Egyptian. Sixth outside to Sugar Dance. And the early trailer, Play a Do-It-Ah. Into that first turn, six to the pylons. One is parked and pressing, and that one is the favored Betsy. Betsy on the outside, looking for the lead. Christopher's Charge made a break there. Nowhere to Hide was on the run. Mock Like an Egyptian. She went sideways as a result. 28-2 that first panel, and into the backstretch they go. Betsy clears to the front now. Back into second, Chase the Clouds Away. Big Narencia from in third, two to Sugar Dance, fourth, 50 inside to Play a Do-It-Ah. Closing up the gap in sixth is Mock Like an Egyptian, who has regained her composure after getting around the breaker in that first turn. Nowhere to Hide. On their way to the midway point, Betsy leads at even money. She's on top just over a length. The half for her, 58-4, second quarter speed, very sensible, 30-2. They're into the final turn, and Betsy leads the way. Betsy's on top, just over a length in front. Second to Chase the Clouds Away. Big Narencia gapping 2 lengths in third. Sugar Dance is fourth, 50 inside to Play a Do-It-Ah. And then sixth is Mock Like an Egyptian. They're coming up to three quarters. Betsy's still there. She's over a length and a half in front now as she pulls that train to three quarters. Chase the Clouds Away second. Big Narencia revving up now out of third. Sugar Dance on the outside fourth, and fifth moving up is Play a Do-It-Ah. Three quarters in 128-3, 29-4 third quarter. Betsy leads the way. She's got a big target on her back though. Big Narencia is right up alongside and threatening. Big Narencia trying to steal it away from Betsy. Betsy off soft panels brings it into the stretch. Outside, Big Narencia. Here on the far outside, driving up comes Sugar Dance. Sugar Dance on the outside is reaching up to win. Sugar Dance scores by about a quarter of a length over Big Narencia. Betsy was third, Play a Do-It-Ah fourth in 157-1. Here's the rundown of tonight's second race. Mock Like an Egyptian, 6, Nowhere to Hide, 7th. Betsy, 3rd. Sugar Dance, the winner. Big Narencia was 2nd. Play a Do-It-Ah, 4th. Chase the Clouds Away, finished 5th. Third race next. Post time just 6 minutes away. Driver change on the 1 Archway to Sylvain Filion. There's some new information in the fourth race. Note that there is a claim entered on number 10, E.L. Wild Spirit.
You know who you are. You're the one who needs the most versatile utility tractor yet, the new Massey Ferguson 4600 series. With its beefy new 3-cylinder engine, best-in-class hydraulics, and a power shuttle transmission that lets you go from forward to reverse without clutching, you won't find a better loader tractor anywhere. The new 4600 series, only from Massey Ferguson.
Art Speak, the complete stallion package with looks, pedigree, and performance. He was 2-year-old co-pacer of the year in the U.S. and in Canada. The multiple stakes winner at 2 and 3, including the Governor's Cup, Bluegrass Stakes, and the New Jersey Sire Stakes finals twice. Art Speak's first crop includes 2019 2-year-old PA Stakes winners, and his first Ontario crop was born in 2019. He stands at Winback Farm of Ontario, where he served the full book in 2019. Book early for 2020. Visit winbackfarm.com.
Race number 3 almost underway. Race number 2, Betsy, short price, didn't come through, and unfortunately your horse ended up making a break, which you mentioned would have really loved to be involved in that pace scenario.
Yeah, they didn't come home much. I mean, I thought, and you were thinking the same thing, this might have been an opportunity to try and beat the favorite because of the stale date. And, Sugar Dance with trainer Ed Hennessy, handing the lines over to Doug McNair. Obviously, that's major when you're coming to this circuit. And Dougie's got the hot hands, and I don't know if that would have been bad news for my pick 5 because I had him singled in 2 of the next 3 races. But I don't think it is. I think Doug, who's been able to put up multiple wins on so many cards here, he could. It looks like he's going to have himself a great Thursday.
Yeah, it appears to be that way.
Yeah.
You're single in here. Unfortunately, you lost in the pick 5, but PL Molly 2-1. Definitely can't complain with a price like that.
No, I mean, I got to think I was predicting, 6-5,
Yes.
I think. So I still see her dropping down. Shepard and McNair are already successful with the trotter in the opener. They're going to look to do it again. Getting into this class last time, she looked like a legitimate threat. And had it not been for Spare Seed, who suddenly put it all together and was just flying down the center of the track, PL Molly would have been tough. And she did go up the inside, and that, again, was not a great night to be closing up the inside, but she still raced well and I thought was trotting willingly right through to the wire. Now off of that 56-4 effort, she just looks like she's got an advantage over the others. And the ones that I view as the major threats to her and behind, the likes of 2 Guccio's Office, who I think is going to be a factor, and 7 Sinful, they're both, I think, going to have to find a way to get off to a quicker start. As PL Molly likely will just have a head start on them, whether she's going to be able to find someone to follow in the pocket or maybe she's going to try controlling things herself. But there it is with the switch, 6-5 now on her.
I would hope for a faster start out of Sinful, which is the one that you mentioned. Was just too far back last time out when trying the claiming ranks, but was a super short price there, odds on, and had a very difficult trip, got away 15 lengths back and then was wide, and unfortunately things just didn't really work out for him. Came home at 27-4 though, which I really like to see. That's a big note for me, definitely. And then here, December 12th, was trying his luck versus much, much tougher. So being able to drop into the claiming ranks, I think, could really pay off for this one. And 3-1 is a pretty fair price. I mean, riskier of an option, of course, still a maiden. But that being said, I think if you get a price anywhere near 3-1, I think based on what we've seen thus far, I think it's definitely a must play, at least for me.
All right, well, yeah, not the favorite this week, and classic Rose Moff angle.
We'll see if it pays off. I mean, well, Garnet and I hope, at least.
Yeah.
Good luck in race number 3. Keep in mind rolling doubles and rolling pick 3s all night.
Horses are on the track for this evening's 3rd race, introducing number 1, Archway, to Sylvain Filion with the catch drive. Colin Johnson trains for Debbie Element and Michel Baril. The 2 Guccio's Office, handled by Bob McClure, trainer Steve Charlton, the owner is Kathleen Charlton. Chaotic Decision is number 3, with Jay Harris up for owner Heather Pickett. 4 is PL Molly, Doug McNair for trainer Patrick Shepard, the owner Triple S Equine. 5, Timoltino, in rein to Mike Saftik, trainer Herb Holland, owners Vince Strangus and Mike Pelosi. Unfinished Business, the 6, Scott Young with the Mel Giles trainee for the Inglewood Stables. Sinful number 7, Chris Christoforou for trainer Jack Moiseev, owned by Friends Forever Racing, Emma Christoforou, All You Gotta Know Stable, and Pam Schmidt. And to complete our field, the 8 is Lonnie's Crown for Triple S Equine, trainer Patrick Shepard, driving Jonathan Drury. Field of 8 for race 3. Please note condition at the top of the page should read 15,000 claimers for non-winners of 68,000 lifetime. Post time for race 3 in just a few minutes. Trotters moving in behind the gate for tonight's third, a field of 8 to line up here. 3-2 makes number 4 PL Molly the choice of many. Not far behind though at 9-5 the rail horse Archway. Sylvan Filion catch drives that one for trainer Colin Johnson. It's post time for the third race. The gate swings off the turn and into the stretch. Third race picks up speed. Here they come. They're off and trotting, leaving out in the center Timoltino. PL Molly leaving out with that one pound for pound, stride for stride. Sinful made a break, getting away from the gate on Christophe Roux and plummets to last. Driving into the first turn, PL Molly shoots to the front. Into the pocket spot, Timoltino. Dropped in third went Archway. There's Guccio's Office to the rail from in fourth. Gap of another 2 lengths back inside. Fifth is Chaotic Decision. Then further back towards the inside is Unfinished Business. Tracked by Lonnie's Crown. Trailing after the miscue, Sinful. Quarter speed of 28-4, and it's PL Molly on point for McNair leading the way. Timoltino second, Archway third. Guccio's Office from in fourth. Fifth outside, here trots Unfinished Business around the dawdling and gapping Chaotic Decision. Further back to Lonnie's Crown, and Sinful continues to trail. Field across the backstretch, heading to the midway point. McNair sits chilly, literally, on PL Molly, leads it by just over a length. Back into second, Timoltino. Archway third, 2 lengths back to Guccio's Office from in fourth, half in 58-2. Fifth inside to Unfinished Business, then racing along from in sixth, further back to Chaotic Decision, back to Lonnie's Crown. Getting underway from in last is a rallying Sinful. They're on their way to three quarters. Archway out of third, on the move right now, and he's coming up after PL Molly. PL Molly bracing for that backfield pressure as Archway takes it to her. Right there from in third, Timoltino. Outside from in fourth is Guccio's Office. 3 quarters in 1:28-2, and they're into the stretch. Still to run the lead, it is PL Molly. Second on the outside is Archway. Off a ground-saving triples Timoltino. Guccio's Office, he locked on that left line every step of the way and plummets through the field as a result. Sinful trying to re-rally after the break behind the gate. They're in deep stretch, and it's PL Molly. Still clear by 3 lengths, and there's no stopping McNair tonight. 3 in, he's won them all. Here's PL Molly as Shepard clicks again. Second best was Timoltino. Unofficially third will be Sinful after that break leaving. Chaotic Decision was fourth, and again the mile 1:58-1. Unofficial numbers on the board for tonight's third race. Top 4, 4, 5, 7, 3. Judge's inquiry applied to the 7 Sinful. Reviewing the break that one made, getting away from the starting gate. Hold all tickets, please. Judges ruling no violations of the braking rule committed by 7 Sinful. The numbers will therefore stand 4, 5, 7, and 3. There's your winner from tonight's third race, the 4 PL Molly, 4-year-old daughter, Royalty for Life, out of the King Conk mare PL Blue Opal. Owned by Triple S Equine of Newton, Ontario, training double for Patrick Shepard, driving triple for Doug McNair. It's the first win in 2 on the year for PL Molly, that 4-time winner scoring here in a career best 158 and 1. And the prices are up for the third for PL Molly, returning $4.90 to win. The $2 exact to $21.30. $2 double paid $29.60. Dollar trifecta $39.75. Dollar superfecta $3.95.75. Dollar pick 3 combination worth $70.45. Coming up next, it's the fourth race to kick off tonight's early pick 4, a wager with a $50,000 guaranteed pool. Just 8 minutes away from the upcoming fourth race. The gate swings off the turn and into the stretch. Third race picks up speed. Here they come. They're off and trotting, leaving out in the center Timoltino. PL Molly leaving out with that one pound for pound, stride for stride. Sinful made a break, getting away from the gate on Christophe Roux and plummets to last. Driving into the first turn, PL Molly shoots to the front. Into the pocket spot, Timoltino. Dropped in third, went Archway. There's Guccio's Office to the rail from in fourth. Gap of another 2 lengths back inside. Fifth is Chaotic Decision. Then further back towards the inside is Unfinished Business. Tracked by Lonnie's Crown, trailing after the miscue. Sinful. Quarter speed of 28 and 4, and it's PL Molly on point for McNair leading the way. Timoltino second, Archway third. Guccio's Office from in fourth. Fifth outside, here trots Unfinished Business around the dawdling and gapping Chaotic Decision. Further back to Lonnie's Crown, and Sinful continues to trail. Field across the backstretch, heading to the midway point. McNair sits chilly, literally, on PL Molly, leads it by just over a length. Back into second, Timoltino. Archway third, 2 lengths back to Guccio's Office from in fourth, half in 58 and 2. Fifth inside to Unfinished Business, then racing along from in sixth, further back to Chaotic Decision, back to Lonnie's Crown. Getting underway from in last is a rallying Sinful. They're on their way to 3/4. Archway out of third, on the move right now, and he's coming up after PL Molly. PL Molly bracing for that backfield pressure as Archway takes it to her. Right there from in third, Timoltino. Outside from in fourth is Guccio's Office. 3/4 in 128 and 2, and they're into the stretch. Still they're on the lead. It is PL Molly. Second on the outside is Archway. Off a ground-saving triples Timoltino. Guccio's Office, he locked on that left line every step of the way and plummets through the field as a result. Sinful trying to re-rally after the break behind the gate. They're in deep stretch, and it's PL Molly. Still clear by 3 lengths, and there's no stopping McNair tonight. 3 in, he's won them all. Here's PL Molly as Shepard clicks again. Second best was Timoltino. Unofficially third will be Sinful after that break leaving. Chaotic Decision was fourth, and again the mile 158 and 1.
There's 4 early pick 4 time. This one, the early one's guaranteed at 50,000 every night. We've got a really good betting board here. A little bit surprised to see the 5 Tommy Terra currently is the 2-1 favorite, but some of the other ones getting a ton of play in here. Not surprised at all. Here we look at on the graphics Mike P, Mike Probosi's early pick 4. Going pretty deep everywhere, no singles anywhere. He's definitely hoping for some prices, and for his sake, he's hoping for the 7, McLegend.
Yeah, who shockingly is not getting more play right now. Dave Deneau saying, he was worried this horse would be a little short last time. Even through that, still raced pretty good to lead all the way and just get picked off late and finish third, half length behind Casimir Overdrive, who, did he not just return and win? I feel like he won on Monday or something like that.
Yeah, as a 3 horse.
Okay.
Yeah, short price.
But anyway, and then throw into the equation that Doug McNair is 3 for 3 to start the night. And this is another one. And a win here by this guy would not surprise me in the least, actually. Had I got through that other McNair win in race number 2, then I'd be sitting here with a few of them, including McLegend. But not to be. I would imagine the prices are going to drop on him and my top pick, the 10 EL Wild Spirit, who's the lone claim horse. This horse's form's been great right now. He's capable with the right trip as he goes back to the Demers barn, at least briefly. That'll bring along Trevor Henry here tonight, and I just feel like this guy's got a good shot. I mean, Crocodile Canyon's been racing well lately, so too is Unprecedented. Well, both of them are out of this classification, so that's going to give others opportunity here tonight, including the likes of Oak Rock Eldorado and even a Tommy Tarrant here. So all of them are dodging those main threats right now. So there's so many that now are suddenly into the picture as major win candidates, and I'm hopeful I can get the right trip here from the second tier, which I really feel like I will with EL Wild Spirit, because he's got that versatility that I do find he's at his best when he can, kind of pin his ears back down the lane and just, mow them down on the outside. So I do like him, but I do like McLegend. Oak Rock Eldorado raced tough. That was a heck of a finish. There was about 6 of them across the wire, and he raced really well to just get picked off there, finishing second. And then Tommy Terre, yeah, I mean, he's getting a lot of play. He's not consistently putting in the good efforts, but he has been consistently better for trainer Mark Goddard lately. The only, poor effort two back might have just been a circumstance of a tough trip over and off track. So outside of that, it's been 2 good thirds for him.
Big effort last time out for him. Came up third, but only a neck back, coming home in 26-3. He was very far back there. I expect him to be put more into play, but I didn't opt to use him, but he is getting quite a bit of play. Not currently the favorite now, but that would be the 3 Oak Rock Eldorado, which isn't surprising at all. For me, I did go with the 8 Stelios, 8-1 morning line. I figured a decent price would be what we'd get on this horse here. Good effort last time out, has been really good within these claiming ranks, and even gets to face off against easier than he has earlier on in the year, especially earlier on in November as well. So the efforts have been there. 7-time winner last year. Hopefully he can find the winner's circle again today. I think he's a major contender, and I think he's going to be put into play, so I don't necessarily mind having the 8 hole as a post. Good luck in race number 4. Keep in mind this is the start of the 50,000 guaranteed pick 4. Mike Proposi had his ticket up earlier. He went fairly deep in there. Good luck to you if you do decide to play it.
Here's a look at the field. 3 Oak Rock Eldorado, Sylvain Fillion catch drives for trainer Richard Moreau, the owners Anne-Marie Turenne, Gino Bilodeau, and Anne-Marie Demare. Better's mark number 4, Scott Young for trainer George Large, owners Danny Policelli. Tommy Terra number 5, in rain to Phil Houdon for trainer Mark Goddard, owners Anthony Artuso. 6 in the group is My Brother George, Jay Harris, with the Lindsay Kerr trainee, owners Ellie Mayhew, and Kerr shares ownership. 7 is McLegend with Doug McNair for trainer Dave Dane. Horses and drivers for tonight.